Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, breaker seven seals. You know, that forecast today, he's been lying. I mean, they're all a lie. This is an obvious lie. Ishmael, he's well aware of me. He's well aware of me. I've been calling FARRACON a liar for years. 35 years, in fact. In fact, next, before that. I say 35 years because that's the beginning of the angel. I call him a liar from day one because I was there with him and Wallace, raped the nation, ripped it off, robbed it, all his assets, robbed it all, everything. Left the police with nothing. Some was homeless, some were back in prison, some died, right? Families broken up, everything. Now he witnessed it. And all the while they was putting that money in their pockets. He's a how you become a millionaire. And on top of that, right? They was denouncing the messenger and Master Muhammad. And we have more tape doing it. Master Muhammad, what did he, didn't he say that Elijah Muhammad said he'd be his worst hypocrite? Was Elijah Muhammad lying? He was. And he is. He's not representing Elijah Muhammad's teachings in any way. I'll give you $5,000 if you can show me. Today he said, oh, nobody ever called him a lie. I've been calling him a lie for 35 years. That's a lie right there. He knows it. He knows it. Right? I say right there. This has been out for years. Cash payment to anyone who proved that lying son of a devil. Lying devil son. Right there. That's a liar. And they're well aware of this. So he's lying right there. They lie about everything anyway. They'll never call him a liar. He's a goddamn liar. He's a goddamn liar. And they always say nobody comes up and challenge him. That's a challenge. But he never step up and take the challenge. They're the ones back down the challenge. I challenge anytime he want to. He want to get up there and get up here. Or even if Ishmael want to come in and sit up there and prove, yeah, I do it, Wesley. Step up there and show me. They won't do it because they can't. So right there it shows that he's a goddamn liar because he claims nobody ever called him a liar. That's been out there for years. He's well aware of it. Okay? So that means he's a liar because he lies anyway. Okay? And that's a challenge as to whether he represents Elijah Muhammad or not. Right there. It's right where he both see. But he claims, oh, no, it's right there. Both the challenge and the fact I'm calling him a liar. And it's still there. In fact, the $5,000 bonus if they prove they're right. See? It's all bullshit over there. They say anything they want to because they know that people they're dealing with is just stupid. He's a liar. Okay? He's a hypocrite. He's son of a devil. All those things should prove me I'm wrong. I'm a personal clock. He's the son of a devil. That means he's a devil. I don't hear that bullshit about, oh, God made you in the womb. Really? What you need mother and father for? That stuff is for the consumption of fools and those who are damned, like it says in Son of Perdition. Okay? So continue on with it. More power to you. I hope you're successful in drawing all those demons and chaff and liars and traitors. I hope you're successful in drawing all of them to him. You don't have to deal with him. He's a goddamn liar. 100%. See? And he does represent a lot of, oh, he come to save everybody. What did the lesson say? What does Master Muhammad's words say? He said they're 100% wicked. Not 99.9, not 99.99999. 100% wicked, all of them. Oh no, some are good. Well, then he called Master Muhammad a liar. He called God a liar. Oh, we ain't going nowhere. And the covenant, that means his word, his contract, that after 40 years, we're leaving and return back to our land, telling you exactly where, when, and who. Us, within that 40 years, right? And where? It says between the river Euphrates and the river Egypt. That's Arabia. This is simple stuff. So I'm not going to argue with those fools, because if they have a problem with that, then stay over there with them. Keep your head up Farracon's ass, right? Keep on eating that stuff you think is honey. He told you it's honey, keep on chowing down on it. Don't come over here. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm like arguing about my name. I'm not arguing with you. You keep on with that. No, I encourage you. Keep your head up his ass. I encourage you. Please. Right? And when you finish, if you pull your head off a minute, he's got a bag on the side. That's like a dessert. Where he pissing shit in. John down. That's down on that. But just stay away from me. See, I'm not trying to make anybody like me. I'm going my way to make people dislike me. Because I don't want you to come here because emotional connection. You got to come here because of truth. Period. If you don't recognize truth, stay away. I've got my way. My way to make people not like me. Because this ain't about like. It ain't about emotions. It ain't about, right, friendships. Emotional connections. It's about truth. So do you recognize truth or not? See, they didn't like Elijah. That's why he ran after him. 7 years, they chased him after Masram left. Remember, they was with Masram, right? And then they tried to kill his messenger for 7 years. Because they didn't like him. He wasn't slick. He didn't have education. He didn't talk well. See? So they wasn't even about the truth, because otherwise what they care about what he looked like, whatever. Just like the ark. If you know the ark is the only thing gonna save your life, yeah, that ark could be covered with shit and you still get on it. If you believe that ark is the only thing that's gonna save you when the flood comes, you're gonna get on it. You don't care if it's covered in shit, it's got nigger written all over it or whatever, you're gonna get on it. Like I was in Vietnam, and yeah, it's a situation, and some situations over there, right? But, and I talk about it in general, right? But there was situations, because, I'm not going into details, I'm going to get distracted here. But I think I give you an example. You out there and you're in the battlefield, and you got a redneck officer. He's told the redneck, he's 150% redneck, right? He said, hey, nigga, get down. You get down. Right? He said, what you calling me a nigga for? You get your head blown off. Other guy, he got down. So you know what his reaction was? Hey, Sarge. Hey, Lieutenant, thank you. You don't give a damn if you call him a nigga, he saved his life. See? Because that was the important thing. Other fool, what are you going to do? Well, then he did. So if you come here, I'm going my way to make sure you don't like me. I'm not asking anybody for policy any money. In fact, I don't even want to do this job. If it's about Jonah, he didn't want to do it. Because I got to deal with these goddamn, these creeps. They're like tar babies, but shit babies. You got to throw them out, but you get shit over you doing it. No, like I was telling my wife this morning, man, this is brain cancer. You got to listen to that shit every week. That stuff you said this morning was total shit that make no sense at all. I'm not going to try to break it all down. I'll say a couple of points. He contradicted himself every 5 seconds. I'm going to talk on a couple of points on that. But nothing he said made any damn sense. So we'll get into it in a minute. But that's it. So now he's lying. He's lying. Because I'm calling him, he said, nobody called him a liar. And he's aware of this. He's aware of me. He's aware of my broadcast. So he knows he's lying. He knows I got open challenge, $5,000. They can prove that stuff they're saying is true. You never step up for it. Years, never stepped up. Okay, again, it's like I said, Elijah Muhammad said, truly made it so clear and full air. So it's awfully clear on Farrakhan. So you ask yourself, well, no, I'm not going to ask myself anything. Why they with him? I don't care. I'm not going to worry myself trying to analyze why they with him. What's the point? They with him. That means they ain't bothering me. They're going to go down with him. Because when you look at the bottom line, he's a magnet. He's attracting all the filth, the shit, the demons. He's attracting all that. And that's what he is. He's attracting all of that. He said, oh, under lack of attract, he must be good. He's attracting all the bad people. But the other side, they say he's attracting all the good people, right? So he must be bad. If you use their logic, under lack of track, right? You know what I'm saying? It's just stupid. Anyway, I'm the best snorer. See, he first he tell you what the Quran, the Prophet Muhammad, you don't need nobody after him but God Himself. The truth is eternal. And then 5 minutes later, I said, no, you got seasonal truth. I mean, give me a break. I said, this is brain cancer. I told my wife, if I get diagnosed with brain cancer, can't remember anything, just tell them. I got it from watching MRI broadcast. That shit is brain cancer. It makes no sense. It doesn't add up. I'm gonna give you a couple of examples. It just doesn't add up. If Islam is mathematics, and mathematics, Islam, like Elijah Muhammad said, but they don't believe, it has to add up. And nothing they say adds up. Because they say it and they contradict the next minute. Nothing happens without the will of Allah. Nothing happens without the will of Allah. That means Allah willed Farrakon to have cancer, didn't he? You just said it. It's nothing happened about the will of Allah. But then we got free will. Then how can we have free will if nothing happens without the will of Allah? Shit don't make no goddamn sense. Then tell me, let me finish this. And I'm the best know this book that was down is a guy who will keep their duty, believe unseen, keep a praying spell with giving, believe that veil to thee, that feel for you. I mean, you have to believe in the Bible out before you. They say, oh, well, no, you know, oh, well, I'm the best knower. And there's no doubt. You have to believe in the Bible too. But they, oh, no, okay. But then they call Allah a liar. And they call Allah a liar, a liar. I'm going to show you. Let's deal with this will thing for a minute. See, they don't understand that. They get a good story in the Quran that explains that. Okay, you got Adam. He said he's going to put a new rule on earth. So, in other words, he put Adam in that was his will, put Adam in control. So the angels submit. But Bliss did not. Now, how you add and subtract that? You're supposed to think these things through. So according to Farrakon, right? Well, he said, Elijah Muhammad said, there's no spirits and spooks and stuff. Everything is real. Okay, well, let's walk this thing through for a minute. Man, I'm gonna go, No, I'm not gonna take 3 hours because it would take 3 hours to go through all this like I would really like to, but no, I'm not gonna do that. Okay, let's look at that story. Let's analyze that story. This God says, I'm gonna put a new rule in earth. Okay. Now, incidentally, in Genesis, they got the Adam. Then they got this other person that we're gonna make man like him. They said that's not Adam. They never said his name was Adam. That's not Adam. It's somebody else. But anyway, that's another story. Okay. So according to Sunnis, Adam's all humanity. Farrakon was saying that too. Then he says us, and he's all over the place. So if Adam is all humanity, angels have to be something beyond that's not human. Uh-oh. That contradicts Elijah Muhammad's message. That contradicts their late message because now everything is, because first of all, God's not flesh, then he is flesh, and they're all over the place. That says an angel has to be something extraordinary. I mean, extra, terrestrial or whatever. If Adam's all humanity, so if you take that away, then okay, then you got that in the jinn also. They take Sunni version, right? And so therefore, But the problem with that is that if that's humanity, then we ruling the planet. I don't see what's ruling it. We're not ruling the goddamn thing. We're not even ruling ourselves. That's number one. And number two, they ain't supposed to be submission to us. So did they go and get your clothes out of cleanse today? They cook your food? They give you a shower to do anything for you? Have you first you had to be able to communicate with them? You had to communicate with them? Yeah, angels? They had to communicate. So that whole thing just doesn't add up. If you take that route, that's the story they're telling you. See, it don't have to add up because they have to distort it. Because if you add it up, it reveals things they don't want you revealed. Okay, let's look at the other way. Let's look at the reality. Who's ruling the planet? Europeans. Okay, so they must be Adam then. So they assume they're Adam. The Europeans, right? That means the angels must be the rest of humanity. Right? See? And it's in submission to Adam. Who's more in submission to Adam than anybody? We are. We're told submission to Adam. Right? Okay. You with me so far? It adds up, don't it? See? Okay. But that means we'd be all corrupted and everything because Adam was a corrupt person. Making him shed blood. So we'd be all corrupt too. If we are submit to Adam, he'd have us all corrupted. Right? But we'd be doing the will of Allah, right? But are we happy? Let me say, do the will of Allah, you be happy. Are we happy? Have we been happy the last 4 or 5 years? See, that whole shit just fall apart. See? We're not happy. We're not successful. But we're doing the will of Allah. But then Iblis, he said, I'm not doing it. Now who is Iblis? Iblis would be the ones that said, I'm not going to submit. I'm going to fight Adam every step of the way. I'm going to fight every step of the way. I mean, I'm not going to submit to Adam. Let me back up for that one. See, because you think when he says, I'm going to come after him right and left, he's not talking about Adam. He's talking about the angels that submitted. Because he can't, he says, until they're raised. Adam was raised already, he's already in charge. How he raised to what? We're the ones that's in submission. Those are the ones that have to be raised. That's the one that Iblis is going to be attacking. I come in, right? I come every kind of way against them. And you won't find many of them grateful. It says, until the day they are, it's by the day they are raised. Well, Adam, he's not being raised. He's going to be cast down. We're the ones going to be raised back up. So you got to read this carefully. So then who is this jinn then? Okay, there are people that are going to oppose Adam at every turn. Who is that? That's the Sunni. Yes. They say they're going to keep on the old way. Old way is what? The Hajj, all the stuff, right? The Hajj, pilgrimage, all that stuff. They do all that. But they won't stay the old way. They ain't going to change. But they're not submission. And they got a curse for it. They're not going to submit to them. The Sunni Arabs, they totally against everything Europeans do. They don't want their culture, they don't want their religion, they don't want their government, they don't want your economy, none of it. They reject it all. They're the jinn. You see how it falls into place? And they're the ones that come after us. They were just almost as guilty as much slavery as the devils were. They was a big slave traders. And they betrayed us in Egypt. They have brothers, they betrayed us. They got our land. They stole our land from us. That's our land. That's when we get it back. They took our religion. They took our, right? Our land, our religion. You understand? Language. See? You understand? They pretend to be us. Did they see Abraham? Then along with the false Israel? See, then the whole story fits in place. So we're the real Muslim. Because Muslims once smitten to the will of Allah. But they would be corrupted and everything because they were smitten to somebody who was wicked and evil. You see what I'm saying? And we're not. And so he says, why would he tell you put in this form? Okay. You're a summer person. You love the summer. I mean, you know, like a flower. You blossom in the summer, right? But winter, fall, You start wilting and some winter, you're dead. You can't do anything. But the winter people, man, they thrive in the winter. So now you got seasons. See, at first you talk about season. Oh, there's a will for a season. Now the will's always the same, and they're all over the place. Will's always the same. No, well, you got temporary wills, and boy, it's stupid. Okay, so that's the case, right? So now summer, winter comes. They tell you, look, I want you to submit to the winter people. We submit to the winter people. Oh man, we submit to them, man. We're gonna be cold. They're gonna do all kinds of stuff to us because we can't handle the winter. Submit to them. Why? So you'll be around when the spring comes. But you fight them, you won't be, maybe get wiped out. Just submit. That's what it says. Just submit. That's what we're supposed to submit. Submit. That's one aspect of it. You see what I'm saying? That's the story. He said, well, if you submit to God, are you going to be successful and everything else? That's not the story in the Bible. We told submit, the angels, they weren't going to be happy. That's why they had to be raised. Otherwise, they happy. What do you need to raise them for? See, they don't know the hell they talking about over there. I have to get ready to drop one F-bomb on you. Because, I mean, they say, man, use the F-bomb a lot. Yeah, because I'm dealing with fuck assholes. It's not to call shit, but you got to deal with it every day. I asked one person who answers, I said, okay, is God come full of wrath? Yep. He says he gonna be full. God's gonna come. He's gonna be wrathful. He gonna exercise great wrath. That's what that line from Ishmael said today too, right? I said, which language you think you're gonna have? What kind of language you think you're gonna have? You're gonna say, oh, we're gonna whoop your ass. We're gonna whoop your little booty. We're gonna whoop your little booty. We're gonna throw you in the sandbox. That's the way the guys be talking. Anybody's been on the battlefield know that ain't right. Anybody been on the battlefield, right? Because when you're in the battlefield, your language much worse than this. You don't even want to be on the battlefield after the battle's over. But people lost their bowels and everything else. Two sides of this. First, I'm not doing anything to make you like me. Secondly, I'm trying to get you prepared for what's about to happen. Because when you go to tribulation, you're going to hear language much worse than this. And you're going to be battling evil, wicked people. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. See, they do, oh, no. They're calling God a liar because, oh, something wrong with the Bible. Yeah. So, when they're talking about the will of Allah, they're talking about those consistent. If you have to change your will, you can't be happy. What was the last thing Elijah Muhammad, Master Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad had a meeting, that's Elijah Muhammad tells, and he says the last thing that he asked Master Muhammad before he left says, what's the most basic thing I tell my people? He said, tell them to be themselves. He didn't tell them to submit to the will of Allah, submit to anything. Be themselves. The only way you ever be happy, but the only problem is we don't know who we are because they gave us their mind. We act on ourselves, but that's what let's say. So if you being yourself, and that's in sync with the season, you can't lose. That's a win-win situation. If you tell a bird to submit to will of Allah, you're not going to do something other than I'm doing right now. I don't want to be a bird anymore. It don't mean that. Adam was in submission to Allah, wasn't he? He said, you be in submission until you mess with that tree. Then you be unjust. Then you'll be unjust. They're stupid people over there. So he said, then you be unjust. It means you was just before that. But how was he just? He's making Mishra shed blood. So if they follow that logic, then Mishra shed blood was God's will. That means he's wicked, corrupted. They was making Mishra shed blood, and he put them in authority. And as long as they didn't touch that tree, that was God's will to make Mishra shed blood. They said, oh, God can't lie. You read Thessalonians yet? It says, because they love not truth, he said, he's going to send a strong delusion upon them. That's deceit. This message is to the people. You're gonna break through in a minute. It's for you because those lies, those clowns. Anyway, let's move on, brothers and sisters. Let's move on. Everything I'm saying here is mathematically correct. If it ain't, nobody. I keep asking them, if you say I'm wrong, show me. They send me all kinds of texts and stuff. Oh man, why you speak bad, my man Farrakon, man? And Farrakon dating the devil. All they got to do is Google it, Percival Clark. Everybody love Farrakon, man. Why everybody say Farrakon? One clown says, "Oh man, what did he say?" He said that let me get it right. He says Farrakon always bear witness to Elijah. Master said, always good. Yeah, yeah. Right? It's like putting the worm on a hook. Are you trying to feed the fish? No, it's to attract them in. So you eat them because his purpose is to make war with the saints. He said make war with the saints. The saints who? That's the Levites. That's the ones going to inherit the kingdom. So you say, if you're the NOI, aren't you ones going to inherit the kingdom? That's what he said. So he said, make war with you, and they overcome you for 42 years. See? And so what do you use? But on how you come, you got to come and use Elijah to track you. Oh, but when you listen to what he says, it nothing had no connection with Elijah. I give you $1,000. You can show me what he's saying. What he's saying is, I mean, you want to eat, you want to text me all this bullshit. Text me, and everybody see it, right? Text me proof that what they're saying is consistent with what Elijah's mom was talking about. Why don't you text that? Why don't you comment that? Why don't you comment that? Oh man, you don't like Farrakon, that's blasphemy. No, why don't you get the $5,000? Why don't you just show me one verse in the scripture anywhere? One verse, and even in the Quran, it verifies Farrakon who he or you say he is. Just one verse. And you get $5,000, you get a chance to shut me down. Throw a little bonus in there. I said I kissed Farrakon's rusty ass in public. Show me just one verse that verifies that shit you say about him. One verse. Actually, a million verses that says the opposite. He's iron. Elijah's absent. He's doing all kinds of stuff. He himself say, Elijah says, be his worst hypocrite. His father's a devil. We got to prove him saying it. He said his father's parents were white Portuguese Jews. That would make his father a white Portuguese Jew, wouldn't it? That make him one because he's still his father. But that's to come out of him. Those 1,000 verses prove that he's the one sitting in God's temple. Not the synagogue, not the church. He's a synagogue. He's a son of perdition. Actually, but you can't show me just one, just all you got to show one verse. Just one verse that justify that shit you're saying about him. Just one. And you can't. Just one verse. And you got $5,000. It's been said for years. Just one verse. It supports that shit you're saying about him. Just one verse. But I ain't doing this to convince you, because you can't show it. Even if there was a child you lose, but this is not to convince you. I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to get the elect, right? The gold and the silver. I don't want the shit. You're the shit, right? You, if Farrakon attracts you, that means you're the shit. We don't want you.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other?
What then is the reward of such a? Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement. And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
See, brothers, this is very simple. So that's what you say you have to show. Well, because why they with him? This is very simple. They can shut this down. All they got to do is show one verse, just one verse. I mean, he's the one, he's the Messiah. Just show one verse. One verse. Just one. Shut me down. They can't. Get $5,000 on top of it. Plus, you get me just my lips on Farracon's ass. Wait, woo, that would be ooh. I wouldn't survive that. I wouldn't survive it. Right? The memory would destroy me. I'd have Alzheimer's times 10. I mean, I'd have to have it because I wouldn't remember that at all. I wouldn't ever want to remember. In fact, thinking about it, I didn't even want to think about it. Let me get off of that one. Ooh, that ooh. Yeah, ooh, I couldn't have, ooh. Remember one, brothers and sisters. Right? They do this all the time, which I just said. See, this stuff is very simple. They do it all the time. They read part of the book. I just showed you what the Quran law said itself. You got to be both. But then they say, oh, well, the second part, and then they believe part and disbelieve. That's what he says. God is so angry with them about it. He says he's going to reserve the most grievous chastisement. They do it all the time. They do it in Malachi. They don't mention the covenant. Why? It's right there. He's the one that comes after Elijah. Elijah prepared the way for it. It's right there in plain English. Never mentioned. That's the one that's supposed to be on the scene right now. The one they supposed to be delight seeking and just delighting in. He's the one that's going to purify him and get him home. No mention of the covenant at all. Zero. No mention of Farrakon either, but it is mentioned because there'll be somebody that'll be robbing the nation that comes in between Elijah and the message of the covenant. Because he got to clean somebody's mess, so it can't be saying clean Elijah's mess. And he's robbing it, so he cursed with a curse. 55 years old, Farrakon died, diagnosed with cancer. They got to castrate his ass, cut his insides out. Now, if you that's not a curse, but you ask any brother on the planet, except those with Farrakons, that a curse, they'll tell you, goddamn right it's a curse. No, what man want that? Whatever little manhood he had, he didn't have none to begin with, none. It's gone. And they say, our women's out of heaven, so he's the Messiah. And they tell you, nothing happens without God's will. Nothing. But then it was God's will to castrate his ass. That's not no test. That's not a test. Right? You can't, what they call it, organ transplant. You can't transplant that. That's a curse. It's true. All these things are so obvious. It says he would the one would come after Aaron, come after Elijah. He'd be a disaster. They say, I'm Aaron. Oh, what did Aaron do after Elijah's absence? All you got to do is follow Exodus. So what's the problem? The problem is they're not, as it says in Thessalonians, they're not there because of truth. They're because they lack the shit that's coming out of his ass. They think it's funny. Oh man, I got to get some more of that. So you stick with it. And some of these people right here, like this ISHMAEL, the boy is retarded. I mean, if you listen to him, he couldn't tell you how much 3 times 5 divided by 5 is without a calculator. He couldn't do it. The stuff he says is totally off the wall. It's stupid. Right? But the point is, he know, see, Farrakon, see, Elijah Muhammad left all the money in the Nation of Islam name. He didn't leave here financially, and they robbed it and took it for themselves. That's how, Farrakon is a multimillionaire, so how he got to become a multimillionaire? Because he haven't business anywhere. ISHMAEL's mother, she got what she get, and they ran off, was hiding out in Mexico. Why was they hiding in Mexico? Because they were scared. They were scared the believers were going to come after them, because they ripped the believers off and left us with nothing. That's why I was hiding out in Mexico. But see, Farrakon, he keep that money in his name. Because if you go look it up, he's rich. His son, his dumbass son is rich, multimillionaires. But Nation of Islam is empty. Because If he leaves here, all that money's going to his family. He ain't gonna do Elijah's dead. All that money going to his family. In fact, he ain't never, he told me he built Nation of Islam again. He hasn't built that goddamn thing. I was there. It's not, what they got now is not even a skeleton of what Elijah Muhammad had. So these people are running around, they're in tizzy. They don't know what to do. Because, see, he got them. Because Ishmael would never had a position anywhere, not any organization, any place on the planet, in this solar system or in that solar system, because Farrakhan just put in it so he could get some credibility because he said he's Elijah's son. But the boy's an idiot. He's stupid. So he could never be, God to say, no, God ain't make him successful. Farrakhan, Farrakhan got him by the, you know what? Because he lose a house. Because if that's gone, there's no money. He lose a house, lose everything. He end up homeless. Because who's he going to work for? Who's going to hire him? He don't know anything. He could get a job at Popeyes if it required you to lick the toilet bowls clean with your tongue. He couldn't figure out how to do that. That's how stupid that boy is. And so if they say anything that Farrakhan don't like, or you could just make a little twist and they break their neck because they had neck so far off Farrakhan's ass, little twist the neck, but they know it. So they say, whatever he's telling them, so they say it. And now they worried because he leaves. So now they're trying to make sure, how are we going to keep this thing going? We still need the money coming in. We need that's his case. The rest of them, I can't say, but I know that's exactly his case. Because he would totally be, if Farrakhan left, because he, and so now, what is the things they're trying to do right now? Right now, it's a lot of conflict going on right now. There's a takeover in process over there. You're going to see it in a few more days. No, they're going to cast him down. You got a little war brewing over there right now to get rid of them. They know it, and I know it. They want you to know it. And they're going to be cast down in a few more days. But they're trying to figure out how to keep control and how to keep this going. Because Farrakhan, in their mind, he's on his deathbed. He can't even roll himself around in the wheelchair anymore. That's why they don't get, he's still around. Why don't they show a little video or something? Just a video. Or Sam has something, say a voice message. Hey y'all, I'm good. I'm just cooling out or something. No, because he's blabbing. He's barely conscious. He can't even wipe his own ass. Over there now. And that's why I'm showing a picture now, because you see how pathetic he is, because you see, it's like, there was this movie, and this woman, she'll be, the devil, they think they're beautiful. I don't think so. But, she was a beauty star, right? The bottom line is, and then she took some stuff, some medicine, some stuff, let's make her, and turn her really ugly. Really ugly. And so, but she was really popular and stuff, and so she went and got a mask, got a mask, like a fan, like in the church, right? Put a picture on it. See, it's me. Because they saw it like she really was, man. That was it. And if you saw Farrakhan as where he is right now, right, you come out of your trance. You see him as right now, you come out of his trance. Because right now, a lot of you connected because, oh, he's so cute. He just, if you see him how he is right now, you snap out of your trance. That's why they want to see, you see the pictures of him, you hear no voice, anything. God told him to be quiet. We didn't tell him to stay hidden, did he? God didn't tell him anything to begin with. Right? So he told him to be quiet. That doesn't mean he can't say, ISHMAEL income. Hey, bro, this is how. Or a video, he's watch TV or something. Nothing. Because if you see how he is right now, as pathetic he is right now, that would break the. Couldn't have you. They tell you he's a Messiah. Like I said, you look at that way, right? Even if you was a chimpanzee, and some of you are, Farrakhan's people, you say that's the Messiah. They got to clothe him. He can't wipe his ass. He got a bag of shit and piss hanging off his side. He can't even get in a wheelchair. He's gonna be so pathetic. And you say, see, They keep saying he's the Messiah and all that kind of stuff. He gonna do all that. See, that's why I ain't showing anything. I told you a year ago that's what's gonna happen. I got to go out there. A year ago I told you before he disappeared, I said he was diagnosed, and now you see. Pretty soon the devil's gonna out him. When they don't need you no more, when they see you can't provide any. Remember how to do Saddam Hussein and then Colonel Gaddafi, when they found they didn't need him no more, they outed him. And they're gonna out him. They're gonna say, yeah, man, he was working for us. Same thing they did with MLK. Once he was no around anymore, then they outed the people that was around and said, yeah, they was working for us. They was all agents. They gonna out him. It don't matter because he's already gone anyway. But they're trying to figure out why. Trying to keep it together. And one way they say, that's why they're trying to make an international organization. Right? You see the show, all those devils in there today? Why keep showing their pictures? Rednecks. They trying to say, see, anybody come in now. It ain't about this. It ain't this. It ain't about color. Which is a goddamn lie. Because it lets it 100% wicked, 100%. And it wasn't about skin color. It doesn't say white people are devils. It don't say anywhere unless it says Caucasian white people are devils. That's a little trick they play. You understand, brothers and sisters? So they're in trouble right now. First, they got to keep it together, and they got to keep the money going in, so let open it up. Where the devils, everything come in, keep that money coming in. Because they don't believe any of this stuff. Whether they believe it or not, doesn't matter, because consequences is about to tear their ass up. And they say something will happen pretty soon, they write about that. They say, that's one process they're going to be right about, but they don't know what's going to happen to them. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. So watch this. Watch what's happening. Watch this here. If you know anything about Elijah Muhammad, you tell me, you show me, and I'll give you $5,000 right now. Show me what you're about to see now. Show me anything even close that his books, his videos, anything tied to Elijah Muhammad. Just show me anything. Hold on, here we go.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flagler as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor,
yes, sir,
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity. So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa maybe 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother. Where that came from, I was like, man, I love this man. And I said, I get a chance to buy by something for all he's done for us.
Yes, Lord.
At least, can I just do this little thing right here?
That's right. Man.
Right. Praise be to Allah. Wonderful.
He is such a benefactor
Yes,
to
he
us, as black people, of course, but to the entire world.
Come on.
This man.
That's right. That's right.
I refer to him as my personal savior, my redeemer.
That's exactly who he is. Exactly.
That's exactly who he is. Now, before I start weeping, we have about maybe 2 or 3 more, maybe about 5 minutes before we get into our closing announcements. Brother Michael, I'd like to turn that time over to you for whatever closing remarks that you'd like to make.
Yes, sir. I think what comes to mind is us living in this time, the time that the prophets saw. And I think often about the prophets prophesying of these in this day of judgment in which we now live. And what would they think if they could be living in this time, knowing what they saw coming, and what would their thoughts be if they were living in this time? Because I don't want to be one of those people that said, man, if I was living back then, I would have done this, and a third.
Yes, sir.
I want to really be the person, and I want us to be the people who really help the Messiah.
That's right.
And be with the Messiah in this time. And I want to be shown, I want to be worthy of a man sacrificing his life, his family's life.
Yes.
The least I could do is not hide my gifts and talents, whatever they are that Allah has blessed me to have, but to put them on display, not for some notoriety of my own or self-aggrandizement, some ego, but to help those who are in need and those who need help. But to help the man who helped the man who met with God face to face.
That's right, brother. Come on.
Well put. Yes, yes.
So
all praise is due to Allah.
I want to be found worthy, Brother James, Sister Starla, Brother Chad.
Come on. Likewise.
I want to be found worthy to do the will of God, but help our nation, the minister, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and I thank Master Fard Muhammad for coming.
Yes, sir.
9,000 miles to seek and to save. And he found this one black man, Black Bottom, Detroit. I wonder if Master Fard Muhammad went to Compton. I wonder if he went to Fifth Ward. I wonder if he went to Berry Farms in DC. I wonder if he went to Overtown down in Miami. I wonder if he went to, Piedmont Courts in Charlotte, North Carolina. I wonder if he went to Brooklyn or the Bronx or Queens. I don't know if he did, but I know doggone well he went to Black Bottom, Detroit.
That's right.
That's one black man and raised him up. And I'm so thankful for the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad recognizing Master Fard Muhammad and giving his last dime.
That's right.
And starting this whole process, because I'm able to sit here through this modern technology and see my brothers and my sister in our nation. So I thank Allah for blessing us all, and I pray that he continues to bless us and our family, and he blesses us all with success and good health.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's right.
Oh, great. Very beautiful.
Wonderful.
A wonderful note to close the program. I am so thankful to Allah for you, brother, and for your presence, honoring us with your presence here on Closing the Gap broadcast.
That's right.
We certainly will be in touch with you for part
Okay, brothers and sisters, these clowns here, they out of Florida. I mean, that James guy, he was a minister in Orlando, something that closed down some study group. I think he's Tampa and something now. And he's a ripoff. Because, like I said, I was over there for 6 months, about a few years back. Wasn't with FARRACON. It's one of my power mission go there and get a hands-on approach to what's going on over there, right? And I went out a couple times with him on the final call, called selling. He had a big old cup with a big old sign, someone donate to the economic program. And he'd be out there and he's, in the street and people stopping the car and putting money there. That money went in his pocket, he never gave it back. They're all rip-off. Next to my high, great is over there. The ability, the people over there are miserable. Now, my daughter, she went over there. I told her, be careful, go over there. I said, I'd rather y'all be in there than out in the streets. So she went over there. She didn't listen to me. She married 3 of those clowns over there, all of them in disaster. Didn't work. And paid, didn't take care of business, nothing. See? Because they get this image, but it's total disaster over there. They don't have any, at Tampa, Florida, I think they got one, they call it mosque now, right? They got one mosque in all of Florida. They didn't have one in Tallahassee. They had something in Tampa, but it was like a school. It was like one of those trailer schools or something. And so what happened was that the people was telling them that they could use at night when they had meetings, right? And you go in there, boy, you better be weighing more 100 pounds because the chair's so small you wasn't gonna get back out. You got in there, you wasn't get back out of the chair. They had to come in and sort you out. Right? And what they do is sit around and they give us some paper, some philosophy Farrakhan wrote somewhere, and they pass around, and then you got to read a sentence, the next person read the next sentence. Doctrination. It's all bullshit. And this was in Tampa, major city. When I was in Tampa, major city. Now tell me they have something in Miami. They may have something there. But I know they didn't have any place there, and that's a major state, Florida. I had temples and mosques or temples all over the place. They don't have them. Even when I was in New Jersey, they didn't have it there either. They was running from place to place to place to place. See? So he's telling you built Nation of Islam, that's a goddamn lie. He didn't build anything. See? They lie about everything. Like nobody ever called them a lie. I've been calling them a lie for years. Anyway, that's what's going on here. They're thieves and liars. And so in here, I think I had to go get me something to drink. So I think they said if I didn't, I'd play it back again. They call him Farrakhan the Messiah. He's the Messiah. Yeah. He is. He's the Messiah. The man's decrepit. He can't wipe his own ass. You're going to take on the world. So I guess he got some kind of pill. I don't know. It's the bogs imagination. Because I know they lies and stuff, but I mean, damn. Can't they come so better than that? When this probably it's the darkest time ever, right? Yet still he supposed to be quiet. Been paying him 42 years to guide them, right? And then when the time need to guide him, okay, he's supposed to shut up. And you buy that? Because you don't know. What happened to the War of Armageddon? Remember 2-3 years ago, War of Armageddon started. You see War of Armageddon? And yet Israel saying, if anybody say it don't happen, that means you can't. How can you say that about Farrakhan? And you've seen the War of Armageddon. It's going to spread. And it's going to start and be Germany and all this kind of stuff. You seen the Armageddon? You seen the War of Armageddon? Ishmael said, if they say it don't happen, you should listen no more. Why you still listen to Farrakhan then? He ain't predicted a goddamn thing about anything. He didn't see COVID coming. That was the easy one. 2016, 19, 2019, 20 years, 2020, right on time. Disease that killed the firstborn, elderly, and passed over us did not affect Black Africa, did not affect Haiti, and did not affect real original Black people over here. That's a fact. They try to hide it, but that's a fact. We dropped like flies. The demons were FARRACON's people. You don't wear a mask. This type of people died during that time. I was 2 years at the time, and I wasn't doing any of that stuff. I didn't take any shots or anything. I'm doing good. My wife didn't either. But like I said, like the Christ says, it doesn't matter if you want them or want them not. Let me say one more thing about this will thing. See, if you submit your will to someone else, that means you're not going to be yourself anymore. You're what they want you to be. You can't be happy. You won't find anything in Angel or me telling you guys to submit to anybody about anything. We're talking about respect. Respect Master Muhammad's accomplishments. Right? But you don't have to submit to him, because in other words, if we allow the demon stuff come, then you have to tell them to submit, because they have to do something other than who they are. But the original people don't have to submit to Master Muhammad. Why? Because they got the same will he got. You have to submit if your will is different. And then he claims we all got will, right? Your will is different. My body, my heart don't have to submit to my lungs. My eyes don't have to submit to my feet. Because we're all the same body. It's cooperation. Respect. But if you got a cancer in there, then you're talking about submission. Because the cancer's trying to get your body to submit to it. Your body trying to get the cancer, got a conflict. You never heard me tell you submit. Anything. We look at people that don't have to submit, because they're in sync with God. That's what I'm telling you. I said, we don't want you. All the people, if you're not in sync, we don't want you. We don't want to be fighting with you. Yeah, I told you the F word on you, didn't you? We don't be fighting with you, all that kind of stuff. See? We want people, those that are in sync with Master Muhammad. He don't have to force them to do anything. See, here we forced to do the devil's will. And Adam, we wasn't happy because we was doing a will that was against our will. When your will is in tune to a bird, you got to submit to my will. Oh, you mean I got to be other than a bird? You don't hear me calling you submit to anything. If you're not in tune with this, then you need to get the hell out of here. And if you're not happy here, you need to go. Because you're in the wrong place. We want people that's in tune with Master Muhammad. He's the God of this time. So you don't have to submit to anything if you're in sync with him. Or you got to submit to, okay, that means you can't be on yourself then, wouldn't you? But they say, well, that means you're in bad shape, so you submit and then you be like him. That's not what they're saying, right? I mean, you might make some kind of argument there. I'd be very careful with that one, right? Because I'm not sure if that's act submission. Or it's, here you are, you act other than yourself. And then God comes and he knows how you're supposed to act. So he tells you how you, right? Okay, here you are, you're a bird. You're not flying. That bird comes and say, hey man, you gotta fly. So now you gotta submit to other bird, right? To be happy. See, they might try to push that kind of argument, right? But really, that's only a temporary situation anyway, because what they're trying to do is tell you, hey man, you gotta, because you're not really submitting to the other person's will, that other bird's will, right? He's trying to get you to act on your own will, and your will is to be to fly. So you're really not submitting to the other will, are you? See what I'm saying? So it doesn't make any sense. But that's what they say. Because those submit to the will of Allah, right? See, when you do submit, it doesn't make you happy. Submit to the will of Allah. That's what they say. You submit to Allah, you be happy. Because the angels submitted It didn't make them happy. We've been submitted for 5 years. We happy? That doesn't mean that. We did it for self-preservation. So we survived the summer, so we be around when spring comes. Good morning, boss. I'm just trying to get you this. I'm breaking through to get to the bronze. It says those who sit in darkness have seen a great light. Now, those understand, somebody in you understand what that means. They hope so. So it says those who sit in darkness have seen a great light. So unless the great light is shown, and the light can't be shown right now, because if Farrakon is a great light, they ain't gonna see nothing because he's shut out. If he's the light that they're gonna see, they can't see it because he's told to be turned off. So at the time of the end, those set in the dark see a great light, but it can't be him because he just told you, God said, I'm probably turn my light out. I gotta be quiet. So that means everybody's in darkness, including them. They say they will see a great light. That means they're in darkness until the light comes. And so Farrakon, so he ain't the light. Everybody's in darkness right now. And then, okay, move on, bouncers. I'm gonna show you this next thing here.
The bread of life. Woo. He's not asking us to eat his flesh, but the word that comes from my lips will give you life, will give you hope, will give you direction, will give you power for your life. I am the door. Woo. If you come by me, I can take you out of the world of Satan. And I open the door of God's kingdom to you. Isn't that beautiful? Ooh, y'all got me all fired up here. So Satan, he doesn't want you to gain access to that man that has the resurrecting, transformative power for your and my life. He doesn't want us to access that good shepherd, that true vine, that one that is the life of God among the people. So he has to do everything in his power to misrepresent that man. So the people say, he represents life, but the enemy wants to represent him as death. See, the opposite. So look at all the ugly things they said about Jesus, right? Falsely charged, lied on him. Why? So you won't access him. Look at all of the things that they say about Farrakon. But guess what they don't say about him, which is the most important. And I have been reading all of the ugly things that they have said about my minister for 40 plus years. That's right. But the one thing they don't say is that Farrakon is a liar. Want to come to the table. He's called them for a showdown for years. Well, you so bad. You got the truth. You say you're right. Well, come to the table and prove your claim against good man. But you know you can't do that. Because you know that Farrakhan is telling the truth. All praise is due to Allah for the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. So we are living in a world today, troubled world.
I just showed you, brothers and sisters. That's a lie. I got proof. Prove everything I said is true. I call him a liar all the time for 35 years. And they know about it. So he's a liar right there. And they can't prove that what I said $5,000. If they can prove that what he's saying is true, anything, any just one verse in the Bible, and I challenge him. He want to. That's what it said. That's what it said the Lord would do. He would consume with the spirit's mouth and destroy him. That means it'd be a battle between the two. So he wanted to battle. I'll come to the table. Where he said it. No, they won't come. They don't have a table. He never, well, right, he's a babbling idiot right now anyway, but their spokesman can't support him. Even if Farrakhan could talk. He can't defend that bullshit. So let Wesley, he's a doctor. Let him step forward. He said nobody does it. I'm standing right here. I got a big poster. Been for years. And they know about me. So he's a goddamn liar. Nobody call him a liar. That's the topic of this whole thing. So right there, it's a liar. That's why I did it. So nobody never does it well. And they're aware of it. I put it on their website, their podcast and everything else. You know. An email. You know. And like I said, oh, you got $5,000. Prove any of that stuff is true. They say nobody challenge them. There it is. They say anything. That shows the idea of lying right there. That's open lie. You can see. That's proof right there. Look at this presentation. Look at the open title. Look what I say there. So I'm not calling him a liar. So one brothers and sisters. The other one before, like I said, they saw he's the Messiah. He's called Messiah. I didn't print all the thing he was saying. He's called Farrakhan the Messiah. I am that I am. I don't know if I got that part here too. I don't know if I played it all. Let me move on, brothers and sisters. And see, you think this is disrespectful? They don't want disrespectful. Farrakhan shitting on Elijah Muhammad and Master Muhammad. He doesn't believe any of that stuff. He's shitting on everything they say. He talk a lot of crap. He's shitting on everything they say. He says, we're not going anywhere. Elijah Muhammad said, you're fools who want to stay here. We got more tapes saying it. More tapes saying, we leave. Oh, no. Master Muhammad said they're all evil. 100%. No, some are good. They use Elijah Muhammad as a prop, as bait on a hook. You put a worm on a hook. You ain't trying to feed the fish. You're trying to catch the fish. So they put Elijah's name out there because they're trying to draw you in, because that's the one he's making war with. Said he'll make war with the saints. This mouth. It will come them. Because that's the target. That's who the devil sent him after. Remember, if you read that thing about the FBI thing, the target was the NOI. And he said, we got to find somebody that can do this job to take it down, or we destroy it all together. So obviously they found somebody, because it was like maybe. He said, no, we got to find somebody that's going to take it down. I should play it. I played the previous ones. This is the FBI program. It says, when Elijah depart, we got to find somebody that can turn somebody around, that can take it down, or we have to destroy it. That was the options. So if they haven't destroyed it, well, in my mind, they destroyed it. He took it. He's the one that's betraying it. Great son of a devil. I mean, everything it just adds up. They try to, oh, one drop of black blood makes you black. Maybe your black don't make you original. His father's the devil. He says it. He says his father's the devil. He says father, he won't call it the devil. He says father is his father's parents. His father's father and his mother are white Caucasian Portuguese Jews. Right? That would make him one too, wouldn't it? A black-faced one. Everything adds up. Just adds up. So another switch I give, oh, well, God making a room, it don't matter who your mother or father is. Why they gotta say stuff like that? Because all this stuff is to cover him up. Because they can't find any scripture that legitimizes him. Nothing. I keep telling you, I ain't argue with you about it. Just show me one scripture. Show me one scripture. One. Just one. Okay? And I'll shut up. Show me one scripture that validates him. That's who he claims he is. Other than son of perdition, false prophet, hypocrite, a liar. Good morning, brothers and sisters. Like I said, I'm not here to move you. I'm not here to convince you. It says, man should be called on the few chosen. I may look for that gold and silver amongst us, take us home. The rest of you can fucking stay here. We don't care. I put it out there because, hey, that probably turned you off, so good, bye. You don't understand any of this, and we don't want you to understand it. If you read about so-called one you call Jesus, better read again. He prayed that you would never understand. But he didn't want you. He said, pray, God, please don't. He don't want you to understand. I don't want you to understand either. We ain't here for you. You stick with FARRACON. Because if you can't see the math and the wisdom in this, and something I say or where I look blocks you, then we don't want you. See? And this is a fact. Now I give you $5,000. Anybody prove this is wrong right here? He's shitting and pissing on everything Elijah Muhammad is saying. So why is he presenting himself as a student of Elijah Muhammad? And I can prove that. I can prove that. Elijah Muhammad said, we're fools to stay here. He said, we ain't going nowhere. He said, Elijah Muhammad said, God's man can't be, we can't worship Master Muhammad because he's flesh. We got to worship the originator. But now the originator, all this bullshit. Right? And I'm speaking firsthand because I was there. With Elijah Muhammad for 75. If Elijah Muhammad was right here and out here, he would cut this fool to pieces and ISHMAEL all of them. This had nothing to do with Elijah Muhammad. Nothing, zero. And he ain't trying to liberate black folks. See, you gotta understand, son of perdition. He's here to confuse you, to turn you back to, devils ain't devils no more. The problem ain't us. He accused black folk people. We're sinful. We so sin. You're so sinful. You're wicked. That's why nobody went on a second so-called man march. I'm talking about that one because people got pissed off on the first one because they said, you come sit now, you're gonna turn on us. You gotta turn. You're wicked. And Elijah Muhammad never told any bullshit like that. He says we in this condition because that was put us in the condition. So we submitted. We told to submit. So how you gonna tell somebody, tell somebody to jump in a lake of shit and then tell them they're full of shit? No, they jump in, time to go, you wash them off. He's against, I told you, he follows the devil. Oh, he follows the devil. You don't have to argue, we just Google it. You tell his father's Percival Clark, give you a picture of him. He ain't no light-skinned Jamaican. And he missed it. He missed it. We got him with that interview when he's saying his father's a white Portuguese Jew. Caucasian white Portuguese Jew. He said his mother raped him. I mean, he raped, the devil raped his mama. And she tried to abort him 3 times because she knew he might come out looking white. And her boyfriend might figure out what happened. And so there's a lot of bullshit goes on with this clown here. He's wolf in sheep clothing. There's nothing he does is for really, he always make concessions for white people. Oh, they're all right, some are good, right? But when it comes to us, we're wicked, you're sinful. You'll be punished. You gotta listen to me. And I got a thing I'm gonna show you in a minute, right? I think I still have it on here. Let me say this and move on, brothers and sisters. 1775, when Elijah Muhammad departed, this clown, him and Wallace, I'm eyewitness, sued for libel, Farracon from the Lion. Wallace was officially out, abandoned. Elijah Muhammad threw his ass out permanently. It had been several times he finally got rid of, so he was out forever. Okay. So when Elijah Muhammad departed, how did he get in charge? Farracon was the top guy. That's the whole story altogether. But anyway, Wallace got the control. Everybody knew what Wallace was going to do because he hated his father. He hated him. He couldn't hide it. And he went right away, tearing up everything his father tore it all up. Got rid of the Nation of Islam, started building, and Farracon was right by the side. And he took all the money that Elijah Muhammad left in the name of the Nation of Islam, went to court, got all that money, and they left the believers with nothing. Farracon didn't miss it. Left with nothing. I lost everything I had. I lost everything. Lost my car, lost my job, lost everything. My apartment. All that was connected to the Nation of Islam. That's what that clown did. Now he has to come back and pay that money back. He had to apologize for it. And on top of that, him and Wallace was calling Elijah Muhammad tricksters and liars and denouncing them. They say he didn't believe Elijah was a prophet and Elijah Muhammad and that Master Muhammad was God. We got more tape doing this. We're on brothers and sisters. He's shitting on Elijah Muhammad. He's not, you can't show me that he's representing Elijah Muhammad. All you got to look at the lessons, look at that thing I just showed you about. This is this. Show me anything that Elijah Muhammad wrote that's justify anything. Move on, brothers and sisters. That boy, I tell you, the next 6 days he's going to be gone. What kind of Messiah is he? He can't move his own wheelchair right now. He's pissing shit in a bag. That's what he's doing right now. He can't wipe his own ass. He can barely talk. That's why I'm showing the pictures of him. You haven't heard things from him. He claims God told him to be quiet. Well, he could show the video or something. So well, show us a video or something. But he's the Messiah, though. Boy, brothers and sisters. See, this is what he does. Scientology and shit. He's selling shit to our people. He's not selling unity. He's not selling the vision. We're going to stay here. We're going to love devils. See, today, all the devils in this meeting. But that's what they're trying to do now. He's going. They got to keep that money going so anybody come in. That's what Wallace did. Wallace, we got rid of that. He bought all, it was weird. It was amazing because, like I said, I was a foreman at Muhammad Street newspaper. Night shift, that's foreman. Right? And as soon as, it was I guess a few months before they actually closed down the press. I mean, they stopped printing the paper. I know that. But when they actually sold the physical press down, right? And, well, I can't say for sure. I spent it, man. I'm 70 some years old. That what 50 some years back. Anyway, I know, but the point is that next time I looked around, man, and they had devils come in working. It was about 2 or 3 months before they actually closed it down. Devils, she devils, they come here working with us. And they wasn't trying to be no MGT or nothing. Even that's pathetic in itself, because they got devils in right now talking about they MGT. How is that helping black folks? A lot of would never lie anything like that. They was coming in, wear that short dress and everything else. And it was amazing. These FOI, claim to be FOI, that was really lives, right? They was all over them. Man, those girls couldn't even wipe their ass. They was right there, man. Can I lick your ass? They was all over them girls. And they were devils, and they didn't look that good. They don't look that good to me anyway. Him was a little overweight and everything. It was all over him. I said, man, what's wrong? Elijah he ain't going 5 seconds. You turn against him, and then it wasn't. I mean, she was like, had to shoo him away. It was all over. I mean, every time she was on her face, I said, boy, I tell you, I can't tell you the whole story because you'll be sick. What happened in Elijah Muhammad party and what these clowns did is off the page. And now they try to walk away from it. What Wallace did and Farrakon did, he would talk like he was a shepherd, a good shepherd. No, he ran away and left the sheep exposed with nothing. He said some went crazy, some went in the institution, some went homeless, some went back at selling drugs. He said that himself. So why didn't you step in and help him? No, you stay with Wallace. And you stayed with Wallace 2 or 3 years, pushing that bullshit. Now he's back to, he ran out of money, and then he ran the bush. Then he was trying to get back. Tell me I'm lying, Farrakon. Then he was trying to get back on the stage. I forgot the name of the actor's name, but that singer's name. They tried to get back on the stage. The Calypso, Arizona somewhere. And Matt said, no, Louis, I can't let you back on because you said bad things about Maslow. They wouldn't let him back on the stage. They should let him back on the stage. Because he wanted to get back on stage and shake his ass. Could you imagine that? Tell him I'm lying, Farrakhan. Tell him I'm lying. Only reason he came back, pushed my told him, you can come back and get that money off these folks. That's what it is. He came back and he been ripping me off of money ever since. Robbing the nation. That's why he got that cancer at 55 years old. And no messenger or prophet ever was afflicted with a curse like that, ever. They might have got killed, but never like that. Because that's what it says in Malachi. He'd be cursed with a curse, because robbing the nation. So now what he does, that's how he trick you in. Because they got to attack the nation. He said he would attack the saints. So how you do it? You got to he can't go out like Wallace did, didn't work. Walla's problem is, you take a frog, and you put it in cold water, then you heat it up slowly, and the frog gonna die because it's gonna cook. He won't notice it because he's a cold-blooded animal, or whatever. But if that water's hot already, he's gonna jump right out. That's what Wallace did. He threw Sunniism right in your face right away. Right in your face. We got rid of everything. Sunniism. He had praying all that stuff. Right away. People jump ship. See, Cyrus and all these people, they jump ship. Right? So Farrakon said, I'm gonna do slow roll. I'm putting it in cold water. He gradually moves you slowly heat. Because he's teaching, he wants you to go, he's trying, Sunniism, we got to be like them and all this. They move on. They put Elijah's name on it. So you say, see, this is Elijah. If that shit he's talking Elijah, I give you $5,000. He's not talking Elijah's program, period. Prove it to me. Look at Massive Black Man, How to Live, for all America, Save the, nothing in there. I was even, they print some of those books. Nothing supports that shit that he's doing. Devils ain't devils no more. Bring him into NOI. We're going to stay here. Reparations. That's what he's doing. So Scientology, which is Christianity, that's a symbol. That's Christianity 2.0. And he sprayed with fragrance of Elijah. Fragrance of Elijah. So you can see, here's Elijah. Smell, get the fragrance, right? Get the texture. Look. Until you grab hold to it, and then you got a handful of shit. But that's all you get from over there. Come on, brothers and sisters. So that's it. Elijah had nothing to do with this crap. Nothing. You got Elijah on tape. Calling him the worst hypocrite I've had. Elijah saying he a fool for wanting to stay here. This is Elijah. So you want to say Elijah's lying? He said, we ain't going nowhere. So he called God a liar. God said, we will go home. So you're going to tell me, who's he working for? They don't read this. They read Malachi, but they don't read this part. Remember, it says those believing part of the book, disbelieving the other. God says they curse. They get severe chastisement. And I read this part. It's right there. Behold, I was sent a messenger. He should have paid. That's Elijah paid away before me. Himself. And Lord, you see, should suddenly come to this temple, eating the mess of the covenant. They don't mention the mess of the covenant. But that's why they say you're supposed to be seeking him. They never mention him. They don't even mention the covenant either. Go and read Abraham. Oh yeah, Abraham. Oh, we strayed the land 9 hours, all that stuff, right? And then when it gets to the point where we return home to Arabia, between the river Euphrates and the river, they don't mention that part. They don't mention it. Those believe this part of the book, disbelieve the other. Most grievous chastisement. They don't mention this stuff. It's right there. I bet you most of you people ever don't know about the mess of the covenant. Why? It's right there. It's right in Malachi, the same one that says, I will send you Elijah. Turn home to Arabia, the same place where they say, we're going to be a strange land 9 hours. Right the same, right there. Why don't I mention it? Because he's not seed Abraham. It doesn't apply to him. And he's not going nowhere. And so he's trying to keep you here because he's a snake, he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. He's on the side of the wolves. They can't come in directly because then you didn't recognize they're wolves. So you got to send a wolf in that looks like a sheep to keep you docile. So they keep eating your ass, so I have to go hunt you. Because if the sheep docile, they sitting in a pen, then hell, the wolves, they party now. I ain't got to go hunting no more. Or I got to put me a little sheep on, a little sheep gown on, and I can pig out. And that's what he's doing. See? Okay. I'm going to go over this again. I'm going to close out, brothers and sisters. The fourth wave. And see, everything here we can prove mathematically. He can't prove any stuff he said mathematically. And nobody asked for money here. See, another thing in chapter the engine, what you call Revelation, says a free gift. You don't have to pay us anything. So people say, well, Elijah took money. You better read that again. Master Farmer told him to take money to use it for their benefits. They don't know what to do with it. And the fact is, when Elijah left, he did not leave a wealthy, financially rich man. All the money was in the Nation of Islam name. That's what pissed off his family. They said, that should go to us. That's what they got angry about. I mean, they were already angry. They went to court to say, told that money belonged to my father. So they got hold to it, left the beliefs with nothing. So that's Master I'm told, no, take. He said, he told me, he said, turn upside down, shake the money out of their pocket. That's what he told them to do. Because you're going to use it for their benefits. Because you got to get them to start learning to do for self. And that's what he did. And I was living a good life with Elijah Muhammad. My apartment was in a Nation Islam complex. It was a really nice apartment. It was very, very cheap. I was foreman of Mama Street newspaper, night foreman. My car was financed through the Nation Islam Bank. When I first got to the Nation Islam, I was a waiter at Mom's Islam restaurant. Ali and was coming out. I used to wait on Ali. I was in my 20s, out of Vietnam. I wouldn't have went to Vietnam if I knew like I knew while I went there. Understand? So, and I was, married to a sister. And my wife at that time, she passed away, right? She managed the MGT dress shop with Messner. So she knew the Messner personally. Plus her brother was a minister in Indiana. So I was just there, I was there. Witness all of this. See? So I'm not just saying stuff. And she knew Farrakon too. One day I tell you the conversation. She told me one day, she says, Farrakon came to the shop. Remember, her brother was a minister. He came to the shop and she said, they had a conversation. One day I shared it with you. She told me what Farrakon was saying just after the party, right? He was trying to figure out what he's going to do. And he shared a lot of stuff with her. She came over and told me about it. I never talked to him personally. I knew him. I met him, but I never talked to him personally. I met Wallace. I shoot a cook Sam one time. I never talked to Elijah personally, but he sent me a couple of letters. I've been within 2 feet of him. I did security for him. So I'm not just making stuff. This is not secondhand stuff. We would follow Farrakon for 1 second because he started right off. Mouth the message and everything else. So he can talk that shit if you want to. Call him lying, Farrakon. Right away you turned on him. Went right with Wallace. Right away. Got rid of everything. So you can play that shit off on them. It ain't gonna play off on me. I was there. I prove everything I said, everything. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Now I'm gonna go through the cycle thing again. I'm trying because this is something that's gonna happen in a minute. I'm trying to we don't just give you the information here. We get the mathematics behind it. So if you got a brain and you want the truth, then you can figure it out for yourself. You can do the calculation yourself. We ain't just come and say, you got to believe this, you got to have faith. We don't tell you have faith in anything. You ain't got to believe in anything. And that's one thing I wanted to show you. I don't know if I can do that right now. If I talk about it, you ain't going to believe me. I keep forgetting to do it. Well, I'm going to say it. I'm going to make an effort, sure, next time I do a presentation. This was when I was in Tampa, right? This is about 4 years ago, I think. No, maybe longer than that. And now I watch Fox News, right? People say, "Oh, why you watch Fox News?" Man, I'm not in any politics. I just watch the news, and the reason I don't watch CNN, I'm not trying to explain it, and because they get all emotional. Oh, at least Fox News, they lie, but at least I don't get the emotional crap. I don't know that. Oh, except we gotta get on, this tell lies with straight face. And I'm just different news anyway, right? So I was saying to myself, I said, man, now I'm doing the angel. There's times about 4 or 5 years ago, I broke the seals about in 1990. So, so I'm saying to myself, I said, a lot of people talk about the mother payment. I said, I believe it's there. I understand the math behind it. General math, right? I said, I never actually seen one. I said, people claim they've seen it, everything, right? So they just thought came to me, right? So what I used to put the news on DVD because I go to the gym early in the morning, right? So when I come back, I can, because the morning news is usually going by the time I'd go to the gym at 4 o'clock. At 4 o'clock in the morning, I'd be at 5 o'clock. So I'm there for about 3 hours, maybe whatever. By the time the morning news is gone, so I have that DVD so I can watch it. So I'm gonna make an effort to show it next time. I showed some people I think in the past. So I'm saying that I said I never seen one. So and I let you decide. So what I did was I went to the gym. I came back. I played it, and I saw on the news station where news station come on, right? One of those smaller ships is shooting up. I got the picture of them. I got the video. It's not no what do you call it? Photoshop. The actual video. You see it shooting up. It's in Washington D.C. right past the White House. What the hell is that? I looked at it. I made it big as I could. Okay. So I don't know. Maybe somebody was. I never spoke to the master Muhammad, so I don't know what happened. So somebody was showing me something because I saw it. It was right there, and I got the picture. I got the video. But I don't have it on the computer. I got it on my phone, so I need to put it on my computer so I can show it to you. I don't know if I'm gonna just see what I can do right now, but I don't think I can. Because I know people say, "Oh man, you didn't make up." I don't make up anything. I prove everything I say. What's this here? Okay. Yeah, there it is right there. I don't know if anybody's gonna see this. But anyway, I'm gonna play it. No, you ain't gonna see it. You ain't gonna see it. If you give me a minute, boss, sis, I'll go ahead. Give me a minute. I'll go ahead and show. I'll go ahead and transfer it over. Just give me a minute. Hmm. I don't know. Just going. Oops. Wait a minute. Keep forgetting. So you decide if I can see if it shows up here. I get over there. I keep forgetting to do this. Got so much stuff in my mind. No, it didn't show up yet.
Because if we
Nope,
don't tell
nope,
our
no,
story,
no.
no one else will.
No, no, it wouldn't. Right. That's why I didn't. Hold on. Maybe I might. Let me see. And if I don't, I got so many things on my mind, I'll probably forget again. Actual picture. Oh, there it is. Let me see if I can transfer it over. Okay, maybe I can. Hold on. Maybe I can. Hold on. A second here. You decide. A second here, brothers and sisters. Uh, Oh no, I don't do that. Yeah, do that. Just give me a minute, brothers and sisters. Yes. This way. Okay. I had to finagle a couple things, brothers and sisters, but I think I can. Okay. Not that one. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Okay, here you go, brothers and sisters. There you go. You tell me what that is. Again. DVR. It's not an airplane. It's not a. It's not a frisbee. Helicopter. So I just had my mind said I never seen one. Then I came that morning. Next morning, I show that. You don't. Not that's Fox News. You don't see every morning. It's just that one morning. Play it one more time, then. Tell me what that is. Okay, well, some close out here. You tell me that is brothers and sisters. I just that's what I saw. No, so anyway, fourth wave. Now this all these things are important, but this tells you about what's about to happen right now. So let me explain this to you best I can. Then I'm gonna close out. Now, what I mean by the fourth wave? And see what the Quran says? It's momentous in the heavens and earth, but will not come to you above a sudden. Now, if you know anything about physics, but most of our people don't because they too busy with NFL and all that kind of stuff, right? For that verse to be true, the earth had to be the center of the universe. If you know anything about physics, that verse to be true. And that's what the Quran says. That would say something else. The Quran says earth and heavens are one, then we span the heavens, so the earth was the center. And if you understand, make on the queen of planet Earth, God, universe, you understand physics, that means it has to be the earth is center also. That's an whole story. I'm not going into details about that. But momentous, so it's something in the heavens that's coming to the earth, because it had to come here for us to experience it, right? So it's coming from the heavens to the earth, but to come to you all of a sudden. So suddenly you're going to experience it. So whatever this is, suddenly you're going to experience it. So what are they talking about? You didn't know I was talking. Why I explained? You didn't know what. You don't know what it means right now. You don't know what it means. I'm gonna explain to you what it means. I'll prove it to you. It's talking about the earth is starting to contract. I mean, universe starting to contract. Right now, we're in energy deprivation period because all the energy that used to be here is out there. That means we have less energy. It takes energy to have a civilization, energy to have a family, energy to go to the bathroom, energy to bat your eyes. So you have less energy, less able to. So we got to the point we couldn't maintain the civilization anymore. So if we Lamborghinis, right, the only way we can we have to make a Volkswagen Beetle. They don't need much energy, so they could rule. But they'd be low class rule, make them shed blood, but it still be a rule, better than nothing. I mean, I'd rather have a Volkswagen Beetle than no car at all. Man, usually I drive a Lamborghini. Yeah, I used to drive a Lamborghini, man, but I'm gonna go to nothing. So understand that's what that is. So and it comes in waves. Approximately every 50 years, I'm gonna prove it. But every 50 years, we get a wave of energy. So now we got down to the bottom. And where was we at the bottom? 1860 was at the bottom. It was at the worst we could be. Because it was at the worst, and now the universe started contracting. Now we're starting energy wave, so we start moving back up again. It says suddenly. Remember, suddenly. Keep that in mind, suddenly. And so here you got 4 waves. The first wave took place in the 1860s. Probably 50 years later, the second wave. Third wave, probably 50 years later than that. And now we about to experience the 4th wave. But suddenly, it's Earth absorbs it and then converts in form we can use, because we can't use energy directly coming from, right? Earth has to convert it because we get everything from the Earth. Energize. Okay. So let's go here. Let's go to the first wave. Now, the first wave, 1860 to 1870, probably 50 years, industrial age. They didn't need any fields anymore. They didn't stop slavery because it was a moral issue. That's a fact. It was an economics issue. I'm not going to that right now. So you had, remember, let's say 17 million, but say, why 17 million? There wasn't 17 million black folks at that time. But you got 17, you got 30, probably 34 million right now. 17 million original and 17 million devil's children. Wolves sheep clothing, demons, half devil, half man. See? So they got the same nature as theirs. So when that, and we got energized, their mindset would be get closer to the master. Because they would remember they was the house Negroes. They got the same nature as master. The only problem they got masters that masters just don't treat them like he treats white children. That's the only problem they got master. It's that movie Django. He thought he probably the crappy old brother. The same father, same nature, right? So you got the two. The original people said, "Man, I'm getting away from mass as far as I can go." So they ran to the cities. Stayed sharecroppers. See, so you had that diversion because you got 2 different natures operating here in our community, right? And that has to be separated. Right? And so if you go into the cause, it tells you right there it wasn't because of moral issue. Free the slaves. In fact, that didn't even come until later on in the war when North's having trouble. So somebody told me, said, man, if you tell these niggas that you'll free them if they help fight, then that's what it's still can't be emancipation proclamation. It was over your freedom. No, get over that. This is saying right here, and I didn't write this. Anyway. So you can read yourself, right? What it says right here, right? A common explanation is that the Civil War was fought over a moral issue of slavery. In fact, no. In fact, it was economics of slavery and political control of the system that was central to the conflict. It wasn't nothing about freeing you. They wanted control of it. Anyway, that's another story. And this is concentration camps they had you in. I'm not going there. I need a better picture than that. So here you got the sharecropper. They want to stay. Others fled to the cities. 2 different mindsets, different natures. Wolves sheep clothing. Keep forgetting his counterpart, and we move on. And then the second, 50 years later. And see, the first time we had the blues. That's why I said the blues there, because we know what to do. We had no job. We was out in this cold. We weren't on the plantation anymore, right? So forth. We had the blues. That's where the blues came on. That's when the blues started from us. Look it up. It's 1860s. So, and what is music? Music is control of the atmosphere, the motion of the atmosphere. That's what music is. It's like water. Water you just drink, you need it. But you spice it up, you put something in it to make it spicy, get some light, spirit to it. Same thing, you put music, you get spiritual atmosphere. And it has emotional, it reflects your emotions. Because why did jazz? That reflected our emotion at the time. But why was jazz the most prominent music on the planet? Because we control the atmosphere. You just don't know it yet, because you got their mind. You control the atmosphere, because that shows you right, that's the proof right there. What kind of music they had before that? I'm going downtown with Andy Brown, with some bullshit, some banjo, or Beethoven. Blues. And it came from us. We had the blues. And then 50 years later, we got jazzy. Going to have more, got another burst of energy. But everyone is going to come with a war. They won't come to war because they're trying to keep us under control. They're trying to control. exercise more control, try to keep us under control. So Civil War, right? Trying to keep us under control. Than this, right? So now we get jazzy, got a little more energy, energizing. You can check this out on your own, brothers and sisters. Everything I say, you can prove. Right? It's not you have to believe, or believe what Farrakon says from crack pull his ass. So 1920s, 50 years later, new age, electronic age, industrial age, electronic age, right? Don't need you for manual labor anymore. And then your two different concepts in. Eurocentric, Afrocentric, two division. Who's Eurocentric? That's the thing. They want to be more like, that's Du Bois. You need more like white people. We need more like Americans. We need like American people. We need more like white people. Learn to speak English better and everything else. And then you had Afrocentric, Noble Drew Ali, Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther, Master Fard Muhammad. Think about in terms of our nature, Africa. Two different, see? Separation is getting worse. First one stay on the farm, and then now we got to be out. Now you got to be close to the master. Now you got to start thinking like master. Where you got to stay with man. Now you got to start thinking like master. So no, you need to start thinking like black people. And you know they call you niggas no more. Now they call you colored. Years later, and what? See, it was a conflict to keep us under, because the conflict come greater, because it's kind of keep us under control. And that's the Red Summer. You know about the Red Summer. Outbreak of racial violence known as the Red Summer occurred in 1919 and affected at least 26 states across the United States. See, 26 cities. Don't forget, accompanies these things. Every 50 years. Is that a coincidence? So what will the next 50 years be like? That'd be 1960s, 1960s, 1970s. What would that be like? That's not 50 years. Another energy wave. We went to nigger to boy to colored. Stand with master and think like master. Or get away from master and think like black people. Two ways. Right? Hey, here you go. NACP, Mark Scott, this is Mark Scott people. This is the boys people. NACP, colored people. Right? No, this is still the 20s. It's still the 20s. Colored people. No. This is the boys people over here. This is Mark Scott people. Now, Muhammad was a official in the Marcus Garvey movie. He says it. They try to make a big job. No, he says it before he met Master Fard Muhammad. Okay. It's the 26, right? We jazzy then. It's jazz. How jazz break out there? What the music types in the world today? Who dominates music types? What music have you know about? All are falling. Three categories: blues, jazz, even ragtime, and Motown. Rap. What do you call it? I forget. Right. Forget. Anyway, all comes out of Motown. So here's Marcus Garvey, right? Two different ideologies. He's over here. Oh, we mean I want more colored people, more like white people, folks. Okay, that's that. That's the 20s, right? 20s, 30s. That's Muhammad, right? And then, boom. 30, 50 years later. Oh, soul. They go. That soul general category, right? Why is that? That's a new type of music again. 50 years later. We ain't calling ourselves colored people no more. Then we call ourselves black. Computer age. Right? Isn't that job of China, India? You know, that, right? And then you got two different ideologies again, even worse. Integration, separation. Two-eyed, every 50 years. Two different ideologies again. Integration, they want to be close to the master. Separation, want to get the hell away. Two different ideologies. Is that a coincidence? 50 years later. And then the riots came, no, even greater riots. Violence comes with it, because that's to keep us, we more assertive, they're trying to keep us more under control. It's harder. Because we get stronger now, we get more energetic. So it's got to move, more violence keeps us under control. They want to keep us under control here. We're about to blow. We took 400 years of shit, we can't take anymore. This coincidence? These things you can check out on your own, brothers and sisters. This ain't no FARRACON thing. And here's two people together. Separation, integration. Separation, integration. He wants us to integrate, Martin Luther King. He wants to separate two distinct ideas. And blues. I'm black and I'm proud now. Wearing afros now. Getting that compline out your hair. You see the difference? 50 years now. So you got three connections. So we said, well, it happened 3 times, maybe this will be a 4th time. What the 4th one going to be like? What the 5th one going to be like? 6th one? If you see this, you see, oh man, 3 years in a row, man, there was a spring, a summer, a winter, an autumn and winter. That mean, and you see it 3 years in a row, you say, damn, I guess I can, because right now you don't know if autumn is going to come. How do you know? Because you experience, you don't see it happen so many times, then you can expect September is going to be autumn. So you see it's happened 3 times already. Exactly. Energize. A dramatic change in music that reflect our attitude. Not anybody else's. Not the Indians, not the Chinese. Our attitude all over the planet. I Googled, I said, what's the predominant music in the world today? And it said hip hop. They ain't say Hong Yong or Rosie. She didn't go home last night and she didn't cook right about that the banjo stuff. No. Our music. So therefore what? Let's remember each one of these has a spark that happens suddenly out of nowhere. Civil rights, I don't know, all these ones, all of a sudden, boom, like this. And it started a movement, a great movement. 20s, Civil War, bam. So a change movement in the attitude of our people, and changing it, economically changing it. The music, you can't deny it. All you gotta do is check it. And the music reflects our mood. So our mood becomes stronger, stronger, stronger. It's pre-made, it's affecting the whole planet. Everybody, they ain't dancing to Beethoven, they ain't rocking to Beethoven. You got these Chinese girl over there, they got this thing over in Japan, I think it is, man. I like the music, right? It's black folk music. What's this guy called? So what's it called? A guy called Eminem? Right? Like I say, makeup. That was trying to look like, well, why you can't call it makeup? You ever answer the word makeup? Make up what they don't have. What they do? They make stuff darker, don't they? Ain't that what Rude and all that stuff does? Get yourself some lips. Ain't that what, you see what I'm saying? You're going to get your mind back. When you get your mind back, bro, says that's what they don't want. It's all over. Move on. Now, the 4th, the awakening. New music, man, it's going to happen suddenly. It's like Motown came out of nowhere. I remember when it came out, boy, woo. Because before they was doing Nat King Cole and stuff, right? Nat Cole and what was the other guy's name? I can't, anyway, that was the kind of music, right? What's his name? Belafonte, Harry Belafonte, and it was like, and all of a sudden, bam. Motown. Everybody got rid of those processed and froze. And we like, man, where does stuff come from? Nobody heard anything like that. Man, it was rocking. remember when I went to the military, I was 17. My mother passed. My mother died when I was 9. My father passed when I was 14. And so I got 17, man. I grew up in Newark. I saw it was dead end. Everybody was going to jail, getting killed, whatever. They had nobody. Just me and my little sister. I said, man, I got to get the hell out of here, right? And that time was popping, man, because we lived on Johnson Avenue, on the corner of Johnson Avenue and Washington Avenue, where everything was happening, because mom had moved us over there, right? That's where everybody hung out, right in that corner, right? So we're right in the middle of everything. And I wasn't kind of, I was part, I was like kind of geeking away because I was studying. I used to go to the library to study, but I hung out. Wasn't no punk, right? I used to get in fights all the time. I was up, but most time I got in fights because I want to talk about science and stuff. They said, man, where you get that shit from? They get mad at me. And we talking that stuff on. And we end up fighting and stuff all the time. I held my own. I didn't know how, and I didn't know, I knew how to take care of myself, but I didn't know how to box. The difference. I didn't know these brothers was going to the gym to learn how to box. I didn't know about no gym, right? And so they know how to box. I just be swinging and trying to defend myself, right? Nobody punked me. Right? And I've learned it later on, man, these guys were going to the gym to learn how to box. It was cool, you know? And the Mayweathers, I think they're out of Philly, but they had a family in Newark because they hung with us. I knew them, Mayweathers. They knew how to box because they used to go to the gym all the time. I didn't know that at the time. So the thing is, I got the hell up out of there and went to the military because I didn't know about any of this stuff. The point is, that at that time was rocking, man. And all the sisters were cool, right? And, my little girlfriend and everything, but I thought I wasn't going anywhere. And the last thing you want to do is, it was hard to leave that. Because you watched, what's that movie, Dead Presidents? The scene where the dude goes into the downstairs and goes to the jukebox, and he's like, oh, like, man, it was like that. Man, that music was so, oh. And I had a church that said, man, if I stay here, man, because it was popping, everybody was partying, going to dances and parties and stuff, man, and the girls liked me, but they liked me up front. But then when they got talking, they didn't like me anymore because I didn't know how to talk to them. I want to talk about science. You know, some brother clued me and said, man, that's your problem, man. So you just shut up. Because you start talking, they will hear that. Right? And I did what he said. Let me tell you one more thing. I'm kind of sorry. You know, I was in Germany. I had a girlfriend, right? She was in the States, right? And I write her. I never got an answer. Right? And so this brother named Briscoe, he was the ladies' man. He was cool. And I think he was a little older than me. We was the youngest people around. I was 17. I think he might be 18. We was the youngest ones around. We was like roommates, right? And so he said, man, you never getting letters, man, because he was getting letters all the time. Oh, man, she never writes me. So he said, man, can I see your letter you write? They said, you always write. And I said, okay. So he looked at it. So he says, that's your problem, man. You punctuate and everything, and you know all this stuff, and you make it real clear. He said, take your punctuation marks stuff. I take all that stuff out and just write the letter. Right? So let her interpret what you're trying to say. Man, I started getting letters back. He was right. Right. I get letters back. Let her think see what she wanted to make what I was saying. When I punctuate, I'm make it clear. That's what I'm saying. And it worked. I never forget. Isaac Briscoe, that was his name. I don't know if he's still around or not. But yeah, I'll never forget that. Yeah, he told me, he says, that's what I was. You know, I was just scientific. I wanted math and stuff like that there. Nobody want to hear that stuff. So that turned the girls off, though. They was chasing me, but when they got talk to me, all of a sudden they disappeared. Anyway, let me move on about this. But it was hard because everything there, that's before the riots and stuff started. Okay? See? So I left just before all of that. So let me get the hell out of here. 'Cause I want to try to do something with my life. And I'm away from my mother, going my father, I'm trying to do something with myself. That was my idea. Anyway. So here we are. That's the fourth one. I mean, no, that was the third one. But now we're the fourth one. So what can you expect to happen here? See, we're the fourth one now. It's the 50-year mark. Here it is. Where we are right here, right in the middle of that. AI age. They don't need us anymore, for one thing. So what should we expect to happen? See, we're trying to give you information here, brothers and sisters. What do you expect to happen? If that pattern holds, what do you expect to happen here? If that pattern holds, what do you expect to happen? It's just going to happen suddenly. Suddenly. So the wave is already here. It's just the earth is, and then we're going to finally experience suddenly. We're going to be energized suddenly. And what's the energized going to, what's going to look like? Look at the pattern. So you're going to have two ideas. Again, at this point, the Bible says one is going to leave and one is going to stay. There you go. That's the two. Every time I stay here, those ain't those no more. I told you all that bullshit. Two ideas. Somebody said, no, we're leaving here. We're going home. No theory anymore. We're actually leaving. They're actually staying. That's what we expect to happen. Because that's the two ideas going on right now in our community. They're trying to frustrate. I'm just saying to watch the pattern. So you can make up what you will. Okay? One stay and one depart. FARRACON said, we'll stay. We ain't going nowhere. Somebody said, no, I'm here to get my people that want to go to go. And that's the battle. NOI, that's what it's told you about, the battle for NOI. It said, who the Lord will consume and spit his mouth and destroy the righteous coming. So there's a conflict between the two. Physical contact, what you're going to see in a few more days between now and the next 60 days, you're going to see a battle in the NOI. And FARRACON is going to be thrown out. They're going to come and they're going to put Suma in charge. That's what Mark says. So 60 days, we'll know, won't we? The next 60 days between now and October. Actually, not even 60 days. I throw a little extra days in there. Between now and October, because in October is when they're going to attack us. Remember, it's going to be violence. They try to contain us. I'll show you the pattern. So you say, make it what you will. The pattern breaks down, it's not going to happen. Okay. Hasn't happened so far. And see, he said, Moses saw the people was naked. Aaron had made them naked. So FARRACON says, Aaron, look what Pharaoh here did. He turned the NOI to left and stopped. And then there's a separation if you read the whole thing. And Aaron's people was put down. And Levites, they went with Joshua. We're going to talk, I don't know if I'm going to get to that today. That's what we can expect to happen. If you follow that pattern, so if you believe in the pattern, then you just figure out where the pattern is. If you believe, if you see it, what I just showed you, those are historical facts. Historical facts I showed you. Every 50 years, the music, you can't deny that. Every 50 years, racial conflict, and that. And you see right now, with Trump in there, the racial conflict is getting hot, ain't it? Getting hot as ever been. I'm going into more detail about that. You see what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? That's where we are right now. So we ain't trying to tell you anything. We just get information, so you decide what you want to do with it. So you got the FARRACON version, and you got the Suleiman version. Two paths. He's supposed to take you out to heaven. It's hell here. Ain't nobody mystery God come from space, all that stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna get to that or not, brothers and sisters. what it is. He come take you out here back home. The jinn and Satan are there right now. They're gonna be taken out. And Farrakon gonna stay here. He's gonna fight for America. It's gonna be in total chaos. And when this happens, total economic collapse, total disaster. We leaving out. Demons are staying there. They can't leave it. They can't go home. They can't go over here. This is not their home. This is their home. This is Eden. Okay, show another way. See, here we were in America, and see this is the force they was applying upon us to keep us under control. This is us right here. We're breaking the chains. Let me make it large so you can see it, brothers and sisters. Breaking the chains, 50s, we had the blues, 1860s, right? Then jazz came. We start assert ourselves. The force wants to get greater. Trying to keep us under control. It's the rising carrying on, right? 50 years later, down. Get more logic, more assertive. They put more pressure, more force trying to keep us under control. Three strikes law and all that kind of stuff, right? They sent Farrakon there to contain us. See? Because we're about to explode. We took 40 years and they're about to explode. And devils ain't devils no more. Don't explode on them, right? We're the problem. Turn that all force back on us. Because remember, we've been taking it, now it's time to explode, to put that consequence. I'm not going to explain that right now, bro. See? So this now, this is where we are right now. This is where we're getting ready to be. This is about to happen. They're going to attack us now. It's violent. Because come together, see the great army, like the Bible scripture says. Music, I'm not a musician. I just call it victory, but whatever the music is, a music type is going to show up in a minute. Express our emotion, because black folks, you talk to black folks that they're talking different than you talked to 50 years ago. People, all the stuff going on, all this violent stuff going on right now. Black folks say, man, they tired of this shit. You know, it's about to blow. That's why I told Pharaoh, let my people go, because you don't want them to blow up in your house, because they're going to blow up. Because they took all that shit you done gave them, now they're about to release it. It's going to explode. And Pharaoh trying to contain it. Oh no, don't explode on the devils. It ain't the problem, you're the problem. Trying to get you to explode internally, implode on yourself. I'm not going. I talked with that in previous presentation in more detail, so you can go there and look. Then we home, and the demons they stay here, and they're fighting for that Samson. They're fighting for trying to take America. We left them. They want to stay here and fight. Fine, that's them. We out here. Okay, bro, so I'm gonna leave it there. Let me say this. Understand consequence, brothers and sisters, consequence. Let me say it this way. Consequence, every act has an opposite reaction. There's no exception to that. Anytime, never. People give you, that means it's just coming another way. They don't retaliate, just come at you another way. There's no exception. That's the way nature, universe, every act has opposite reaction. Consequence, there's consequence for everything you do. You can't escape it, even death, because nobody leaves this planet, leaves this life without their record being balanced. So you leave it real terrible, that means you thought you got away with something. I know this one guy talking about, man, he was in jail. He didn't do the crime that they put him in jail for. He did another crime, right? And they didn't know about, but he was in jail, so it still worked out. But he said, well, I didn't do that one. Yeah, but you did the other one, and another story. Anyway, just look at this basic idea. I punch you in the face, 10 pounds of force, punch you in the face, or punch you in the chest. I do it every day for a year, 10 pounds of force. Okay, now you got to, get every day, so you got 24 hours to recover, right? But still, that's 360 days, that's 3,600 pounds of force I hit you with. Right? Now, such hit you once a day, you was able to survive it. What if I put it all into you in one day? See, the consequence is 360 pounds back. So when I hit you back in one day, that means that you ain't gonna survive that. And that's why it says Babylon, all she did would come back her in one day, in 1 year. That's total destruction. Because they told us submit, hold it up, just hold it in. Because it says we're gonna do it. Because it says do unto them as done to you. They're gonna initiate it by attacking us. But it says do double them as it's done to you. So the point is that now we're gonna all that force return back on them in 1 day. So that means they're not gonna survive it. 500 some, all that force, because all that in us, because look how bad situation we're in, because we've been hit with under that force pressure for nearly 500 years, or 400 years. Understand? That's the idea here. And so they want to contain that. That's what FARRACON come and say, no, don't blame them. It's your fault. You're sinful and everything else. And in Scientology, to get you to say, no, don't focus that, don't explode on them, implode, because it's your problem. You're sinful. And it's your memory. That's what Scientology is about. Oh no, forget about, that's what he was saying today, right? Don't forget about the past. No, I ain't forgetting the goddamn thing. They're trying to contain it by getting you to implode. So if you want to go along there, fine. The demons gonna go along there, fine. Just point out information, bro. So I'm leaving it like that. Assalamu alaikum. Well, let me say again, remember, imminent. It says spark. That means something's getting ready to happen in this period of time. Mention heaven, earth, become a sudden. So you follow that pattern, just follow that pattern and say, what can you expect to happen? But it's going to suddenly. It said, will come you suddenly. And that means we're going to move to the next level. Energize. What's the next level? See the great army. There'd be two armies. There'd be demon army and our army. Demon army going to fight to stay here. Our army's going to fight to get the hell out of here. They're going to be violence to try to keep guns under control. That's what that pattern says. So is it right or not? You decide. But or you can go back and look and see it and see if those three other patterns are correct. They're absolutely correct. So how can FARRACON know about it? He don't know about any of that stuff. He's a liar. He don't know anything. He's ripping you off. That's why he got that cancer. See, but he had no choice because he ain't going with us. In a few more days, he'll be cast out. People sit in darkness in the great light. Assalamu alaikum. History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus, Christians, in the name of Jesus, where they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean it up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was into it was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 400 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. As they're doing today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping our women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught black, and this was God's will. God's will. The enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet, what's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here. When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus, what could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate in the slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing from ripping off everyone. The legacy of Christianity has been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. I sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And the ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves, bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your home? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
and going westward or going out there in the land, ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, watching to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your home? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now, and we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. found a home after 40 years. Right? And so we've been here a year now. When there was an agreement made, a former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and trade it for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go to where it's sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what FARRACON told them. They was listening to FARRACON. FARRACON promised them, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're going to make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, FARRACON. They're so happy. Thank you, FARRACON. Thank you, FARRACON. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, FARRACON. Right? And this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, FARRACON. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we came, man. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. You got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. Okay, so we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big and massive, they came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, FARRACON didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told them 6 states to promise him that he would have prepared them for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they need for that. But I guess they didn't, because they said over there now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like, They're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no, they say, they looked and the farmers, when they doing the farmers said, oh. So then they had master, what's happening here? How come you know, right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now they master, what's happening here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour back's coming in, right? And then they look, you know, and they had, you know, a year ago they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now and all the food's gone. It's gone. And she said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? And so they'll be praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's Master, no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparations, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. You know, your brothers and sisters, they left, they took that was offered to them, they took it. And you said, no, I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. That's you. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they crying and begging the Master, hey, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Why don't you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, no nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you done that for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was your reparations. So then if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how is that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, man. And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, for them to replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't, you know, business. They didn't train anybody. So FARRACON, he told you he's gonna get this for you, but he didn't prepare you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here, right? See? You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, you know, because, I mean, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he thought, if he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, the devil said, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1,000,000, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people and you know, on all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So he said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Okay. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation, right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say 1,000,000 ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1,000,000 certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1,000,000 ounce, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1,000,000 ounces of gold, and you got 1,000,000 certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. You know, if you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold, right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1,000,000 ounces of gold, and you got 1,000,000 certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one's worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So if $1 is worth an ounce of gold, which that's right, then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing the wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is They keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. $1 hardly worth anything. I want you, hey, that's our money. You gotta have your own money, you control your own wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me he had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on the money, hope to increase again, they're just using a different certificate, using another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you were so happy with it, now it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's collapsed because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have to build communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You don't have to engineer, build a house. You don't have to do anything because FARRACON didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything, right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You still had your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you call your land now? Swaziland or something? FARRACON. Maybe call it travel land. FARRACON. Named after FARRACON. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master, I'll come back work for you, I work for Popeyes, I'll do anything you want. No, remember, now blacks either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, in places, just in that land, that you 6 states. And now you're starving, you ain't got your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, you on the phone? You talking to the guy that you kept treating to help you? Hey, we finally got rid of them niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. See on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. It turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See? They could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold that for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. And so what? Then what next? What we gonna do, FARRACON? What we gonna do, FARRACON? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, FARRACON? What we gonna do? Pray, 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 pray. That's his answer. Pray, pray, pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they want to give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? How much that is? If it's 17 million, if it's 17 million times 17 million times $1 million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. Then they're gonna do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border. And what you gonna do? You gonna fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, which was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakon ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here where because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get rid of all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Of course, come here. Disaster over there. And, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold it. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what they something name to call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he went and asked Master Farad Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farad Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. And said, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to him. Said, would we please come and get him? Nope. Said, no, tell him no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reparations, you got your money, you got Farrakon as your leader. Yeah, tell him, talk to him, let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, so they might get any more reports on Okay, he says that was Matthew Prophet Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those rides that came in. All that came in today, man. Came in fast. After a whole year, total collapse. Now they begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send them some food. They begged, said, please send us some food. Master Muhammad said, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send us some food. He says, no. He refused. That's the report. I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that, and he's read to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no way. You made your choice, case closed. Okay, just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.